progressive tax and spending bill. A cornerstone of President Trump's economic plan.
I think this bill is very important because, as I've said, our economic policy, Trump economic policy is really a three-legged stool. So it's trade, taxes, and deregulation. So this tax bill, first step, making it through the House, I think if the permanence in the bill from 2017 is going to give, everyone's talking about, oh, there's not enough certainty now. Well, what I can tell you is this permanence is going to give great certainty. And I think the scoring, you and I have talked about it quite a bit, it's Washington style scoring, and it's not real world scoring. What I am concerned about, or have been concerned about, are we growing expenses? Yes. Are we grow the economy and accelerate the economy and stabilize and then bring down the total debt to GDP? And I think this bill does a great job of that.
As you told us more than once, one of your goals is a deficit that's no greater than 3% of GDP. The scoring, the predictions on this bill as it's written right now is 6.5% next year, not even close to 3%. Now you said you'll get there right away, but when will we get there?
Well, David, what I've talked about is something with a 3 in front of it by 2028. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to get there tomorrow. But what we've got to do is change the trajectory and start moving it down. So, could we get down to a 6%, something below there with a 5 handle? Because what the scoring doesn't include, we have substantial tariff income coming in, so that's not included. We have those savings in the hundreds of billions, that's not included. And then President Trump has made this very bold proposal on prescription drug pricing, which could save HHS substantial amounts of money. So none of those. So I'm very optimistic.
So let's that for a moment here and start with the first one, which is tariffs. We've got some announcements very recently about tariffs. Maybe 50% and 20%.
Not at all. We have substantial revenue coming in now, and there is at some point there's an equilibrium rate, what's called a Laffer curve for tariffs. And I think we will reach that rate. The other thing that's happening is a lot of there's tariff barriers or non-tariff trade barriers. A lot of these non-tariff trade barriers are coming down. So friction's decreasing now. And again, because we don't know where these tariff negotiations are going to end up, they will end up being similar. But it's several $100 billion a year, $1 billion a year of revenue that will be used. For every 100 million, that's 100 million less of bonds and treasury has to make sure.
Tax bill. It sounds like a lot of tariffs right now because we're not exactly sure where we'll end up. Do you have a sense when the economic business community will get better certainty than tariffs?
Well, we've done the 90-day pause. As I mentioned several times, we have chemical trading partners. So whatever you should really focus on today with the UK, my sense is over the next couple of weeks we're going to have several large deals announced. We have put a pause in a 90-day pause with China. I expect that we will be negotiating in person with them again. And then the president today, when we initiated the pause and the 10% are moving down from the April 2nd rate to the 10% level was contingent on countries or trading blocs coming and negotiating in good faith. And I think the president was getting frustrated with the EU. The problem with EU, I've said several times, they have a collective action plan. There are 27 countries. They all have different needs. The Germans, they are interested in commerce, French in agriculture. So, and then you have Brussels negotiating with them. Now, I am very impressed. I met my German counterpart, who's part of the new German government, the German finance minister in Banff, that he was very responsive. I think that the new Chancellor Merz is going to give a opportunity for a U.S. Germany reset. So I'm very optimistic that perhaps Germany can help push the EU forward here.
Let's talk for a moment something you terribly well have lived it in your professional life, which is the markets. The bond market hasn't necessarily stood up and applauded with what they've seen out of Congress. Is the bond market wrong?
Well, I think the notion that in any movements in the bond market being driven by the action of Congress is what's wrong. First of all, this has been a global phenomenon. The Japanese yields, German, UK, if we go back and look, since the beginning of the year, January 20, as the Trump administration came in, the U.S. 10-year is the only yield that is lower today. So, all yields are up. And again, I think that was a coincident indicator of markets created and magic onto these stories. Yeah, I'm not particularly worried about what the market's, because on the other hand, the market also could be thinking is that this bill is going to create growth.
One form of regulation gets a lot of attention.
It's about the supplemental. It seems like an obscure thing on the side.
Okay, for parents to stay out of
I understand.
what
Late.
I think so. But not the definitive answer. So what is the current? This is actually the project and how the actually feels about it. Now you say it's very different. It's a lot, right? Right. Lowndes County. Every time we go from Watson for now, let's see if this is the one that you have here. Just what's it on here? It is. It's right. Where the complex are something that quickly through. Order is under. Of course, of its kind, it's calling on federal environmental justice investigators. Not have access and the state is trying to publish head engage in offensive is disproportionately impacted Black citizens. Government reaches genocide by also Black sanitation crisis, including $8 million for Lowndes and several nearby counties to ultimately Chinese tested. The last month, the Trump Department of Justice terminated. The DOJ will no longer push environmental justice as viewed through a distorted DEI lens that the DOJ Civil Rights Division and news release often the program illegal DEI. Lowndes County is a 72% majority Black communities. Median household income sits just above the poverty line. The standard septic system will run anywhere from $12,000 to $30,000, according to community estimates. That's the likely. Daily Bradley. And she started 6 years ago. Estimated 70% of Lowndes County had straight pipes. Secondary grade with soil that involved division PVC pipes above ground to direct people matters within its insurance. Thankfully, Bob's installed more than 120 systems and power is available. that in the same crisis, even the truth. This is the beginning thing. The simple
Just heightened and the Fannie and Freddie are
That's exactly. There are like, because most people are concerned that will drive up. Ways to do it. President Trump said, close to that, that it was a process that our where's that process right now?
The president is moving forward with that and add taxes, water, down, and I think it goes back to three versus links that Herbert to have a tax exempt status. If you're not we've received there's so it looks like there's perhaps and again is a gigantic hedge fund. They run it. That's what we'll see where all that goes.
Is it Harvard? University College. Tax.
I haven't seen but back to cutting the expenses. These things are control the universities. Out of control of the government. There is a separate index. It's called index of higher education inflation index. And most of the expenses have they need to get their houses in order.
Coming up, we continue our conversation with Secretary Best on his G7. How with President Brown with tariff announcements on
Folks, under Dr. Construction facility is undergoing physical therapy for the 35 during the recovery period. And the state has built their quote, I sincerely sorry our body. People through the diagnosis. Yeah, no one likes to hear news like this, but let me talk to you. There may be some potential treatment for them. This is something known as neural pressure. Hypothermia, they'll think about water and breathing, typically think about that happening in babies, but it can happen in adults as well. And so, what this looks like, in an adult brain, you have normal fluid flow space. It's normal. On the right, you can see those black areas in the middle. So those are the ventricles. They carry through the spinal fluid. And you can see they're much larger than you're seeing on the right.
That responsibility, they need to be engaged in different topics.
Audience, I say in that context. Job is not just being the executive of the finance function, it's being an executive for the company. So sentence part of being the CFO is right. Just like a touch of a heartbreaker, basically. Yeah, we have a plethora of good opportunities. Some are really, really good. Strive for the great ones. Some are really, really good ones have to be left. This spring, investors, top executives, know those things. On the days of stories, insights, as lived out there. It's a countdown to market open, and we bring you the first trains across Europe. I'm Kriti Gupta, and I'm on.
A writer, his latest round of talks around foreign ministers, said that the talks were held in a very professional manner. And he did believe that the U.S. is starting to understand Iran's position. But I thought the two lawmakers here in Tehran.
That China keeps increasing their share of global manufacturing and has not done a much needed adjustment in terms of consumption. And as I predicted, I normally do like to take it through laps, but I did predict that. It was right. I said, when the US put up the tariff wall, all of Chinese goods were so bad. Not necessarily used to it, just to their quite worried about it. But there's a whole series of imbalances. We have a first trade deficit with the EU. So we like to say growth. About China and the rest of the especially the US. In the US, we are trying to rebalance toward more manufacturing, mostly high-end manufacturing, not the kind China has. Everyone agrees that China needs to rebalance toward less manufacturing, more consumption. And is there a chance that we can put together what Ray Dalio might call a beautiful rebalance?
So as I understand, I'm not a macroeconomist, as you know, but so as I understand it, when you have these trade imbalances, it means we're importing, buying more things, we're exporting dollars, essentially, overseas. A lot of those dollars have been coming back to us in various forms, particularly US treasuries. Do you have a rebalancing, for example, China or Europe, that doesn't necessarily raise the yield on treasuries because there are less dollars overseas to be invested in US treasuries?
These balances weren't always like this. In 2000, before the China shock, we've historically had big that's how we ended up those manufacturing people. So, it's the composition of the flows coming back in. And then, as you mentioned, I think we can say more US citizens, US institutions, but the other thing, access to the data, and it is reserve managers, pension funds, and buying more treasuries in the stock.
Trade, sometimes services. Like, there seems to be a movement in Washington. I don't think we have to. There's certain
So I like it in the sense of
except strategic products, high value
because they're gonna want more
products.
and more
The rest, we
more and more
want smooth capital flows.
So we will either way, as
Say
long as we're controlling the
we're nationalistic, maybe, Again, as we saw with these Middle East countries, the US is the premier destination. We are working to do everything we can. And David, back to your question on the money coming back in and a lot of that's going to come back in and direct investment. Is that
I've seen some charts actually.
It doesn't have to mean it. It's and lots of times
Chronic migraine is
GPT was just an acronym.
Learn how
GPT and people over for a long period. And David, I can tell you that when I look at the amount of innovation going on in the US, everybody wants to come here.
It's a sheer disregard for so many lives, so many stories. All of it, all of these students which won't be able to study as far as they
Now,
now.
when you ask people we need the substantial permitting that we aren't able to build things. We need to have this AI coming from this. That's going to take a lot of electricity. So you're going to need energy pipelines, you're going to need transmission. And the fact that we have of how we get these locked down.
From our side, we got incredible segregation of part of the North Benefit having the real project of having imagine the time to go to the university study. And then they dehumanized and disrespected in a manner that they're being used as corporate and so in the staff administration and in parliament administration, French corporate there's a very deeply word cities of like this before. We don't see any mind of the word, but they just also happen to be the ones who are the best at going to say. Now they're being literally like took that. That is maybe the great part I would that's the benefit. At the moment, because your target, we still have no idea about something like it. And for one thing, we're looking at 19-20-year-old who gets out there.
How stable or than the debt. What happened is, the previous administrations took out a big mortgage. We didn't roll away out of it. I actually think that there is a chance that we can stream the spending up the growth and that changes the trajectory. Because going back to the CBO scoring, which is alien to anything that makes sense, that if you cut taxes, they still 1.8%. This tax the biggest tax hike stays at 1.8%. So I we can accelerate things there. So my worry would be that somehow tax bill as I encourage our colleagues in the city. I think we can get to 3% pretty quickly.
How big is, how quickly is it free?
I'm likely to go against the neighbors, production from smartphones. Even here,
This we're starting to see real productivity increases no other country is with the deregulation, with the taxes, and with this fully consent, which 2018 and COVID for the industrial economy really gave a big impetus. So I'm expecting that there's certainly this time next year we will be and that we will be turning the corner and toward the end of the year.
Seems to bring another story of a successful company losing its way. But what about those that don't? That having strayed find their way back to what made them great to begin with. We look at the Mars Company and Enel, two major companies, and they share the way they do their business.
Called out Apple PTO and pitch for the company plans. So we have found iPhone to media. Which will bring in the whole of the vehicles, depending on the 500 days around. Experts estimate that US-based iPhones cost 33 times their current price because it's so costly to replicate pages, how complex production cases. Build out in the US, which in fact is roughly being regenerated every 35 hours.
I think it's 19 million. I think it's a dream of 1.4 million Indians to see the Olympics being held in India. I think once sport takes the transformation we see in the lives of the but in the economy of our country. That's very good. Because sectors, digital usage, and 1/3 of the viewership of the Olympic channel comes from India. So, as a sporting market, chat hosted things about the issue of infrastructure, for instance. It is one thing maintaining it as another. How can you continue doing differently? If it were to host events, we're talking about innovation and sustainability. And I think the same holds for it's what if you get we so the most get you the best income fix right here on the your earnings season. Original. And the analysis. John Miller.
This is a story of heritage. If its heritage can help it succeed, success, it's left behind. It's just the most recent glaring example. Using engineering. That's not the case today. Ron Epstein is a full now covers aerospace and defense for Bank of America. Actually, his former employer lost its way. It's far from the only one that over many years kept their momentum, even regained it after a stumble or two. IBM turns 114 this year, 114 in the technology industry. Think about companies that have lasted a century in the technology industry. They're hard to find because of the nature of technology. Sam Paulson spent much of his career at IBM, rising to become chairman and CEO. Attributes IBM's long-term success to a deep innovation. For Watson, it's about the future, about innovation. And that's what you should drive. You should drive innovation. The business school at Yale University has created a program to study what is that succeed. Back to that notion that at all. We've interviewed more than 175th chief executive officers of this. Closely on innovation and strategy with Sam Parzano. He is now an executive fellow at the Yale School of Management.
The things we learned in these interviews was that most of the CEOs felt this wasn't really sure. So they said this is especially if you think about the long-term integration and enterprise for the long term. Sure as well expectations. And sometimes get in the way of making investments for the years. You think about not the financial to your employees, to society, and not accepted metrics as things are soft or squishy. And other factors come into play.
What a learn from the CEO interviews of the challenges of
in finance, in sales, and the CEO chair, as Microsoft said it some years ago, is then you realize just how multi-constituent, how many stakeholders the enterprise actually has. You have shareholders, you have governments, of course, you have customers, employees, you have suppliers, and you have to have these relationships with all of these constituents. Is do you manage piecemeal, or do we think it holistically? A lot of the CEOs tried, sometimes they use air quotes, this management system, almost an operating system for the company that is based on common definitions of the firm. So let's say the three questions that you have to ask and answer: why, what, and how. Why do we exist? Which turns into the purpose of the company. What do we do? Which is the strategy of the company. And how? And that's the culture. How are we going to show up?
the well-known company that has put purpose and values at the core of the company since its founding. It's the Myers Company. Business since 1911.
It's more than 100 years old, very successful. And as we began to talk to management at Mars and members of the Mars family, we learned that they were going through what we refer to as a founding. And why? Because for much of Mars, members of the Mars family led the company and worked in. The reality today and in the future is very few members of the Mars family, perhaps no members of the Mars family, will be in management or even company.
The principles and the values are part of who we are.
Victoria Rogers is the great
under Frank's 20 years as chair. My grandfather, very strong principles and values. And these principles and values I grew up with without actually knowing that I was growing up. The five principles were actually written down and defined in the early 80s. Quality, responsibility, efficiency, and they are the foundation of all. Ours updated every few years. Fundamentals do not change. They haven't changed. They've just been updated to be relevant. Management helps us, supports us, and clearly implements them in our business. Any changes to them, any tweaks to them, anything from the colors to the script to the words belongs to the family.
A company having principles is one thing. Putting them to use in everyday decisions, not to mention big, is something else entirely.
It's not a checklist, but it comes up in conversations when we make decisions. And I think there are two things. One, is this aligned with the purpose of what we're trying to deliver here, whether it is overall from us, the kind of company that we're trying to deliver today is well set up for the world we want tomorrow.
Klaus Aagaard is the Mars chief financial officer and, like all members of management, not a member of the Mars family.
Five principles come up certainly as a fact check. This doesn't feel like it. Five principles requirement. And sometimes they're not all equal in every decision. Are we really delivering quality? Are we really directed by the consumer? Or is this mutual to the stakeholders around us when we may make decisions around renegotiating certain things or whatever? Are we true to the stakeholders around us?
The Mars principles underlie the values of the family. The family also believes it makes the company more successful.
The principles and values help us be proud of this company. We do believe that utilizing these principles helps our associates make the right decision. The decisions that create the concept of a win-win. We are all going to succeed together versus let me win and let me see you fail. So I really do believe that utilizing these principles has helped us be successful in business. It helps us recruit good people and it helps us earn trust with government. It helps us earn trust with our associates. It helps us earn trust with communities where we work. So to us, yes, it does make a difference and helps us be successful.
The Mars company is at its base a family company. I'm a successful woman, nonetheless a family endeavor, which may give it advantages in pursuing its principle-based business strategy, but they can also come with some challenges.
There are many public companies with a long history that also has a very great story to tell. We believe we have our own story and our unique vision for the future, while respecting that the long-term success is also built on continuing to have healthy short-term performance, you want to call it that, is an ingredient that lives well in our context, where the management is set up with the commitment also our willingness to take a long-term view and leave a lot of capital for reinvestment in the company and set some objectives, both financial and non-financial objectives that really enables us to do things that we're doing.
People used to ask me and say, what is your biggest fear? What is your biggest worry? My response usually is, it's not the business. The business really can function very well on its own. It's managing a family. So part of being able to be a family business, to continue to be a family business, requires a lot of energy and effort into working with the family. We have been having annual family meetings for over 20 years. Our family is continuously there because we're connected to this business. We're joined at the hip by this business. So having the family functioning well and having the family being able to manage through conflicts that come up, which of course will come up in every family, and being able to work towards a common outcome and common goals takes a lot of.
The Mears family continues to work hard at pursuing the goals and values it has established since the beginning of the last century. What could a similar approach succeed in a publicly traded company in a very different business? And that's where we turn next to the second biggest power company in the world. We return to the basic purpose. Rodriguez, Jason Kelly, we're back. All right, so first theme of this season. More behind the scenes conversations, things in sports, business, and culture, like Johnson. Italy is a global energy generation and transmission company. Francesco Storchi became CEO in 2014, and he inherited money that was troubled, particularly from a stakeholder perspective. From an investor standpoint, it's not languishing and companies incredibly impact. They were in this chronic cycle of making massive capital investments, building new power plants that wouldn't come online in some cases for 10 years. By the time the plant was operational, it was obsolete. We were write-offs and so forth. So not good for the investor. At the other end, they had difficult community relationships all over the world. I think he said we were at war constantly with communities, or the plants they didn't want us there. And for 3 years or more, we'd be having some difficult relationships with communities, like others. So I just that's the future of like technological changes, very business.
was indeed that because of the expansion of it had the and managing that tremendous if very clear about the sustainability of it was a little bit of a what was the future of the company? So actually decide what was the trajectory of the company as it will actually resonate in the whole market in a way that it was understandable to deliver fast enough to institutions and more generative and that you have to do at the time and how much time you have to do that and also what kind of we have left way enough
to determine the trajectory for growth and for a revenue going forward. How did you find the trajectory that you settled on?
where is the technology? Ignore why. Where is the what is it going to change and this that's really generation by large and when active in space, that space where eventually experience is trained increase double the EBITDA margin for the I paid for the meters developing thinking forced first step growth is promised where the to move fast faster actually investing in something very basically and we said all the stuff that this was a lot earlier before. I should say 6 months. And I would say in a few years we further strengthen And applying these 3 years, the business size of much. So people said, how can we go to the business like that's small? The answer we gave them is, well, you have to look at economic. So instead of having projects, you have to have maybe 4 years. That was bad. Because managed to was 300 at the same time. Something I think it was exciting. Audience those times, work times, they have your dreams as a culture. You're considered change. But no, I didn't. I see what happened is to me, they're trying to the actual space. So it is have a they're all the same. And the semantic things. Utilities and the things that that's why it exists. And it's experience based on how I agree with I didn't have that is the alternative. This utility is people who business. Feelings and stuff. And base that's us. Crazy. I just have so in a sense, fighting exactly. We have to go back to it. You know, we had a different statement that was like 5 stages. So that we wanted to add something, and nobody could know so much. So it was a super complex. And we just said, this doesn't matter. Other research, I used to like that's how we created a very nice profile of the students. I was a student. That's it. And then immediately identified it. So we didn't really have to invent anything. We had to stuff. In terms of stakeholder capital, it's become somewhat controversial. Potential distraction. Money throughout the business. But with a global power like any or a multi-family business like ours, we're the one that's 4-year-old IBM. Those people are in the college understand that the way you create your future investments through your innovation in your product line and your customer service, whatever it happens to be, that's how you do it. Now, honestly, maybe I am. And it made serious missteps in response to processes and overall future of our company. There's still work ahead. Changes and by deep commitment to all of us to the safety of our products and services.
For years to come. And I think investors realize that and they understand that there's big potential. And as I said earlier, independent films are making a huge comeback. So we're looking at this West and North, films, we're looking at financial films between about 2 million and 3 million. So we truly believe managing expectations. Things we just take hold of there, and then sort of bring the return on investment. That's not to say they're going to be tough buyers. What has seen this How many weeks is she? Did somebody open the gate? Open the door. Here's the safety. Figuring out ways not to pass that cost on to our customers yet.
Can I just get that out of the way then? That's a mama. Do you see? Elsie?
Doing strong one more time. Competition catering. In Omaha, Nebraska, and then products online. That's so much. Appreciate it. It's already 2600.
I'm Genesis Alessandro.
So if you've not invested in something that's an inductor, like electric vehicles, semiconductors, yeah, really focusing on high quality businesses. So in a portfolio that they have, the largest Chinese company, has two places, largest farms. Where we should be looking towards the domestic market, a real middle class, much higher quality services. And I think that's a lot of they killed the white fox. She killed the white fox. That's nothing happened to it. Just stands out the way that's forced.
Yeah, take it. There's every resident it's not surprising. They're just tonight. Surprises them to me. Surprises how that delegates. Yes.
Still there.
So got her into transport. Just again, this new report and focuses on disease control. Looking at your April testing promise, since I September, we will know what it's caused the eliminate the stages. So I have some of the information again. That was solid. Okay, so parents are not expected to know what is the child look like. And not considered to answer by so what is this negative? Right there. Not people now. That's what you're saying. A collapse, right? Sewage system,
Right. In Lowndes County, Washington. Doesn't come without policy preparation. Now, I see it. Once a year, is this lawsuits that are looking at it? And for having the richest soil and the poorest people. Black was the Alabama, for more, after it's full of black soil. Black soil is mutually around. Community advocates tell us conventional septic systems. Sometimes it's just older, personally, totally taking it to federal environmental justice. Now the people of Lowndes County did not have access to their sewage systems, and the State Department of Public Health engaged in a consistent action and neglected disproportionately impacted Black residents. President Joe Biden's government agreed to set aside money to help address the sanitation crisis, including $8 million for Lowndes and 2 nearby counties that have installed new septic tanks. It was last month that the Department of Justice terminated DOJ civil rights division. Sharing families' septic systems. When she started 6 years ago, she estimated 7% of counties had straight filters. We just need sole ownership and most reading PVC pipes above ground to direct fecal matter away from the gas. Since then, she's installed more than 120 systems in categories.
She says,
Very easy to avoid. She says that the sanitation crisis. The state couple tell me I want to show you I it was told you I'm straight and it doesn't rain that's this is with straight as it goes hazardous poisons you want to fix the problem getting it takes like her organization was a summer city of fighting her. She says now that it's been shut down by the Trump administration, at least 300 Alabamians were in line for help or in the everything they said they grant law so you project okay, 100%. Sherry says Black Belt residents all receive much. She too will fight on, looking to other brands. Can this be done without also, I think it is there. Today, it's like they have like this baby it's a bold CNN. It's County, Alabama.
Billy Joel, take your break. It's a little tour. It's the disorder. Today says close. Corresponding Dr. Sunday that joins us now. So through it, I guess.
someone done something to hurt this baby.
Yeah, no one likes to hear news like this. Some potential treatments for him. This is something that normal pressure hydrocephalus. It's not
She was then taken for surgery at 6 months. If she had had surgery early, then where would she be today? She would have been in a much better place.
Then you can do something like this is the brain. You go for the breach the brain into one of those spiritual spaces I mentioned, and then using a catheter to bring that fluid into the abdomen. Very well. So that's called express. Something else that people may have heard of. And I gotta tell you, something rare, but when it comes to someone that
Two times a day, every trading day, balance of power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Hey, you guys at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo, and I'm Patty Stradlin here in Sydney with the trading day begins. We're in the center of the action to get you set up for the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Weekdays, context is everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breakthroughs, in-depth market analysis, influential newsmakers in and around China.
I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
The China Show. Weekdays around right here on Bloomberg. Next changes everything.
Access Africa. Buy your sources and right here investment opportunities at lobby.com Horizon. Simply send out for these news makers and insights in this exciting region. Now weekdays only on Bloomberg.
And put you in the center of a path for a new career by bringing affordable education to you. With access to materials and tests from wherever you are. We mention you every step. To reach it. Fine. Yes,
Still able to.
After it's now the talks about this person, talks for how you very professional. I get all very well. The Americans are really and deal with they're seeking that's why the sake of the people we cannot forgo 20%. Talk about and we think they go together or that you learn for some think that those plus once they still information of the authority and have no problem which needs to take place for to be kept. Right? This is a red light. And actually, meanwhile, a senior Trump administration official has said
They also believe that progress was made at the cost of a lot more.
Every sport, every men's sport, every women's sport should have it. When it comes to a point where it's have people, you have people speak about them in an uncensored, like, I just think that what just took place, all young ladies said it was a basketball play last year. Everybody else has all these things on how they think they feel like feel with each other. Even if they're not, they're not showing. So why should they know these three pieces they actually know when they just start basketball? And this they're talking about because it's simple. They're talking it's simple. So get in the sense of we can talk about it. We're gonna get to it. And just not see it. So we need to thank you. To argue stories. She needs up to yeah, so there's great matters to pay. Get into it with KQED. Like this everything. Many to these private hospitals. You don't have a voice. It's just shared disregard for so many lives, so many stories, audience that are all of this. It's a section. It's these entrance.
your size, this is not the other, that you use this book is this. So for the Trump administration and this the Harvard Corporation has negotiate which is which is the biggest hospital South Africa are the best out that they tell them is communicate that hospital and there's so many experience and one of the that's this was your finding I suppose that's so like those exciting things about music how you was I'm pretty sure how little I will you're in the there was the reality of the LA and everything
program, climate, and Homeland Security Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs, Christian Hoffman, the state decision whether it's Apple, whether it's Samsung, it's just so unlikely they're to the United States because the infrastructure just isn't here. You know, out there, there's this whole ecosystem. For these companies it would take my some estimates 5 to 10 years to do this with cleanup. Like these 25% tariffs. Instead, these companies are going to have to pass on some of the cost of these tariffs to consumers. Apple is already prepared to be thinking about raising prices on its goods. They want to release them in the fall. This just makes sense. Right?
Trying on top is probably imposing stop testing based on whatever all the bill. Actually, this external production. Yes, it's not nice. But the US bound articles in essential experts estimate the US made iPhone cost of price. This is still possibly production. That is the US. That the reality of fictional There are if this policy is allowed to go into effect, you ask me specifically, where which has correct, which is that they are being targeted based on their space, based on service residency, their specifically on purpose. Previous cases also display the size of their base in the sense that having said that, certainly administrations, the executive branch, organizations, non-profit organizations, organizations, and Congress
point to is a long line of independent pieces. It's also in fact some it is not out it is an the government is not to say certification based on the idea that the government doesn't like to say so should it there's also administration how this changed specifically I think providing humanized mucus and that's opportunity to say please stop or that's how children let's have some sort of positive relations against all the stuff. Yes, absolutely. So if eventually a judge says that the administration has the power to do this, then I think others obviously if it's a unique situation, instance that they're not institutions, but I guess educational institutions. So if it was an institution of higher education that has the ability to say, actually, no, I really hear is part of other schools may have the same opportunity just in terms of resources.
I was sat down for a while. We helped Secretary Robert. I was about to discuss
something is happening because you're what is known as the study signed an executive order and passed as a major secretary senior with doing a lot of the administration officials and members of this cabinet to essentially try to figure out this is responsible for causing chronic illness in children across the United States and chronic disease. And essentially he laid out several they believe is leading to that. So now the next step is to talk about solutions are part of this. And we definitely got into that tonight. But we also talked about a comment where Secretary Kennedy made just 2 weeks ago at White House, where we said that he wanted to commission a study to find what is the cause of autism by September. Your April 10th comment inside the cabinet. You said by September, I've been using it to be able to some of the information again. Okay, so parents should not expect to know autism by September. We'll see. We're going to take some of the studies that already been seen, like sound studies. And a lot from and then we'll a lot more. It's a definitive answer by September. Study should. What is going to happen 6 months after that? You mentioned something. The answers after the etiology. Okay, so that's is moving from September to 6 months. So basically, a lot of information by September. We're not going to stop the studies. This is obviously a notable change given what he said on April 10th at the White House. That a state would have that cause. He believes by September, he's now saying that they've studies. He says that they will have some information by September, but now he is pushing that 6 months. Saying essentially next March of 2026 is when people still know definitive information. Obviously, Jason Strange has told Junior to say that number, that deadline of September. They raised questions about that. How in such a short time span? It's exactly what we're. It does now sound like you've that. So now saying it's not this September.
It's just it's inspiring.
A week later, the month of May comes to a close with Karate Kid Legends making its way to scholars.
at the end of the
A
day.
jam-packed June will see
the
on the
midwives,
this ballerina, a live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon, the horror prequel 28 years later, the racing drama F1,
midwives in their shape society. Shapes a generation.
dinosaurs stomp
They
back
are
into
never
theaters in July
forgotten.
with Jurassic World. Sparked by James Gunn's
Day after day, the stories of my midwife or my granny's midwife are told by women witness their lives. You have been alive for ages. What you do, what you say, who you are, really matters to women. And you'll never forget that. Thank you for being a sensible
comedy, and the reboot of The Toxic Avenger starring Peter Dinklage. Getting an extra large popcorn in Hollywood, I'm Rick Damigella. We're back with our Business Leaders series. Small business owners from coast to coast about President Trump's tariffs, the impact of on businesses and their customers. Many of these small business leaders feel overwhelmed. Many are uncertain about what's going to happen. Several are seeing some benefits to their businesses. My guest today is Alex Czar. He's the CEO of Lava Land Production and Designs, a premium leather goods and footwear manufacturer in Los Angeles. Alex, thanks for joining me. So often we speak to business owners who are struggling to find folks to make their products in the United States. You make products here in the US for very well-known brands. What's business been like for you since the tariffs began on April 2nd?
Ensuring it, I think that in pandemic, during the pandemic, we really realized that you are too much concentrated in this optimization of the production. There's this kind of it gave a jolt to the market to think about that their supply chain and the risk themselves a little bit from what is happening in science. It's already diversified the supply chain game. How are we going to be able to set domestic scales? Hence this project is a partner with this one of the very big person companies. This black
Cessation of sanctions in Syria.
No payment for if I train the people for the several years.
Treatment has granted a gift of time.
Keeping up with the increased demands.
Intricate and consistent with the feeling that this part of this area is the this and from this point, the seed to 10 fecal words through the reasons for into medicine. Potentially transferring the language we can say.
The goal that is the first thing
First steps to this.
Los Angeles. The 200-yard dash. That's the key thing. The king is
Partially understood its largest component of the analysis, containing up to 80% of our analysis.
Celebrating his first position of and a couple of years later, and the cow caught in the station.
The state of our current has a direct impact on our Earth's lives.
Immediately tell them you got like it's like a 26 years. How do you do that? For it's difficult. Providing functions to be sustained when it gets damaged. Bottoms right to one with his sleeping. Give him the obvious peril. He's surprised that the runner might want to splash of alcohol. System does. This says
involves taking waste from donors and transferring it into patients. It's a medical approach that most Southeast Europe.
They've been chasing since the 1800s, if not earlier, and with the advent of the internet, it has become thousands of people attend every year. That come they beautiful to eat and the individual.
My face to the left, it's down the hill to my body, but that's the cause that it takes with the days. That's
There's a two-time champion. Probably said, thanks for a third time. She's suffering from the chest. She could be tempted to I'd be happy to run it, but I'd like to hear to run down it. Sort of speed because the most dangerous going to get hit by somebody from behind the tag. So I'd like him to be quick enough to get away from the posture. But if he does run again, and as he says for the cheese, he doesn't section facialist insurance and some point you would then have to be transferred to an intensive unit so second line. The second line
It's like 60%
for most patients. And
we see the person.
so that's why
And put you in the center of a path towards
starts being
actually with access to materials and test from wherever you use. We meant to use through every step of self-patient. Apply 3 at WU.edu.
Cancer itself, it's the infections. If it's actions, you speak about the patients. That's the versatile. It's of text through this. Specifically designed to treat life forces in this disease. It produces beneficial traits and right. She wasn't free of the potential issue as the fuel regulations. No signs. The message is something that is first. Counties, states, children, in terms of precious systems, Travis Lodge can be changing. George is facing this.
The Department of Justice decides to read. Sure. Things were young. It must be years to get involved with city council or what have you. Now, George, so family, each family, very reflective. And we will continue to make sure people know that his life was the town as a whole. His huge movement. To continue to stay engaged, you know, whatever it is, you know, to make sure they will stay with us, to make sure it's, you know,
Professor Story. Anything the officer. These are welcome. Actually, there's great. So it's a fun stuff.
Like a French painting.
Sure, he's doing comfortable for him. Difficult to go out. People should take caution. We're cats.
Elsie Dormers, Adrian's as presence of 50 different passages. Also, they have physician concepts from time to time to ensure there is nothing you will bring water effect. So we have water.
What else can we do? Some cities.
Each patient, so to speak, this young man, for himself, after a period of update of the uncertainty, we see that each of them has rejected his own it's placed between voice of words, you know, one process just means starting with them process.
President, Secretary said that this is a this for the as which is unsuccessful. Do you believe
I'm very concerned. Today's even high school that exists for search and expression that is attractive to talent, strong administration is currently to take on such a successful American as a second against that is trade based on history. But they're in trouble and they can
using microbark diseases.
Research
In the 4th century in ancient China, there's a very famous Chinese physician. It's documented using this part as a some of these people with poisoning in those days, and the did not access.
Well, I think I'm just saying the thing about directions to transfer. Especially since doctors in the Netherlands showed in 2017, the fear of disease regulatory approval for other drugs is basic and elusive. And I think just today, things is the bad thing. It's really to translate applications to protect disease early what to learn. And so just like I showed you where it's a church or diseases stored as just because so as my ready to
I know you think so much about for an anything I do. I'm like, I don't think I think you're first. So I said,
that's a lot of paperwork from us, from administration. Let's go. So, saying here to me, it's really unfortunate. And he does have the power to start bringing in the law. That does not mean that the president gets to have everybody bend the knee to the White House. And it doesn't mean that they get to control what we think and how we do research.
The administration has said when it comes to
I just asked why they had this insurance. It's so many. And we haven't seen sure if he has try to get more control over
before I let you go, was his graduation basically and how has these projections of the last couple of months
very good reach diversity religion equity needs to draw her back. We need to protect them. We need to defend our freedoms.
Excellent, really appreciate your time.
This state is going to
So no matter where you talk to your doctor,
I can tell you talk to vaccines for rejection causing serious issues. Small yes, I can go if it stays to that side effects may lead to allergic reactions, problems, dizziness, neck and injection, side pain, and headache. No reason for adjustments.
chronic migraine may still be different. Ask your doctor about Botox today. When or headache.
American company that would invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. The Abilene location.
If you apply by May 30th, and hybrid service.
I had right now. There's the dress code that comes in. I said, really has to take. I'm so interested in this, it's America. The most important project of this era.
Well, the house in Texas. This is the site of
project start date. A very mysterious, much talked about, much speculated about project that brings together OpenAI, Cognate, Google. If it all comes together, building after building on this red dirt behind me, build the chips that'll come with the AI revolution. It's really crafty. It does feel years ago, it seemed like unimaginable progress. This is amazing.
Here, that potential that is a new regulation. You have a problem with it, you work together to make that change. There definitely have been some projects, be in most things. Just emphasize the do control the right side of our then she started to first year in school, so you control school. This person, he's also had a complete narrative. Eventually, okay, so just engaged, whatever way to make sure they're working on their now, besides this structure, Isabella's right.
So it's decided what no basically I said are you ready? As spontaneous as it's twice the time. And even systems give us insight into what materials almost thousands of years ago. Start basis with the information as like identified them everything. I also feel like system was seen as sex I'm happy with us tonight. The president beginning to secretary has said that this pricing and the not using your target.
As the freedom to searching expression, that is exactly the talent exchange from all to each other. And it's an mystery. Why it wants to which is successful at. And culture. But because I guess what they want is make
But it
everything
sounds
great. They want to follow them. But they're gonna have trouble, so they can be attacked or be their solutions or be their research.
Not in there.
Made of all these.
But to that point, you have read one of the I think that was
You should be. Make sure they're paid to do. These are basic American things. Same things said, which is that the federal, especially the executive branch, should tell people what to think or how to teach or where to learn. And just like they shouldn't tell people where to go to church or where to go to school. And this notion that the executive branch could push people around just because it has the power to do so has been already labeled by judges as overreaching. I think we have to speak out against it if we value freedoms.
also the federal funding is 7% federal I didn't know stuff. How does it all add up? Leading to those cuts right now. I do understand.
You don't. I think they're really prejudiced. Saying the next person is the especially they get letters saying the grant you work to do. It's easy to do. No longer fits the priorities of the present administration. That's the letter people are getting from
All right, so what do we say?
So it's fair to speak out. It's really unfortunate because you read valid constitutions as I know that you have my colleagues, we should say the Trump wasn't elected president, I doesn't have a mandate, I'm not saying anything like that. He does all this, and he does it. It's one of the certain things that she expects. That's not the reason that the reason I guess everybody bend the knee. It doesn't mean that they get to control.
How does what the session said in paper? Administration has said this is part of it. Your response to inner city. Based out and near
I think that this is a shape. Hatred of Jews is poor kids. The people in Israel asserted that it's not that they decided that a Jewish anti-Semitism is Korean anti-Semitism. But it's not confined to public candidates. College today, these pending places there, Jews and Christians. And we have to make sure now that it never gets that reason. I think this is anti-Semitism. And you see this in the Department of Education's letter to Harvard. The party didn't mention anything about anti-Semitism. So to try to get more control. Depends on the person is very depends on the fortunate and depends on the grades. Diversity, inclusion, equity, these things are under attack. They'll be taken, and that's a message I'll give my Sunday. Thank you.
I'm 5 of the social 7 summits.
Finance. Tell me about your journey to university. guys. We're also celebrating 70 years of the US, beginning conversations with local energy in these actions.
It's the collaborator. The first time, just for these actually, show the access to the pipeline. Such as lost the site, well, as we have this concept that instead of them, past. So, and the field gas. You're really three, right, she's free, and the more that sales, this BMW extreme for $650 per month.
With unfortunate timing.
That's like going.
Yeah, worse, yeah, it's like, but I would say that I should think
The fear
So the two Bitcoin and
potentially
AI
that
data
is
centers.
the fuel that keeps me going. 5 years later, the message is there's two. Each of us individual things have a population together. They don't want you
That's data
server. That's data.
The first generation of computing
In terms
to
of
the government agencies that create
basis software.
data centers full of CPU, basically there. Or every federal straight on the size. Started doing every state serves. Especially
City council meetings or what. Those are the things that I do. Some. So I just want people just to continue to stay engaged, you know, in whatever way you can, to make sure they're working with us to make sure that.
Researchers using that minds is going to now scientists say a discovery about ancient where help them explore very deep using proposed diagnostic tool. You know,
Skinner scientists
So this is where they decided to explore this idea of a tool, case of manufacturing.
researchers from University College London and University of Wolverhampton
AI factory
set up except as haunting as it looks. The spicy, woody, and even sweet smells give us the insight into the materials bombers used thousands of years ago.
Basically, it is to set aside the presence of air, identify them chemically, so it allows us to experience the stress as humans. And this across the qualities.
The study of 9 degrees from the Egyptian Cairo, conducted with the Egyptian conservatories, revealed sensing caterpillars and bomb resin and frankincense and even cinnamon. The research also helped determine which of these materials were part of the original embalming process, and which, of course, later to help preserve the bodies. This approach takes 10 years of air through sampling tube, which not only helps keep the mummy safe and intact, but reveals how scent can be just as informative as sight or sound, and could even be incorporated into museum experiences.
One day, this is just a curiosity. A marching tail of all these studies
Study proving that ours to the future run Thursdays of all things, it could be a window into the past. And evaporation of our results, see it. That's raised concerns about the sustainability and
Currently retail.
with Stargate though. It's hard to use this use the system to keep the water.
You can put a million
Up here.
Yeah, it's
Up here. It's about cities and houses. I would say as Gordon's to say, I would like to agree. This is very good. It's not stop. That's pretty the case to it. The gift it is fine. Rating price $14.29. So to understand it's not a question of hey, make an American card couple bucks over. The difference between 30 and $114.29 is huge. They also highlight the fundamental things that doesn't get talked about enough. And that's why tariffs don't work when it comes to restoring jobs. You can take this product you've made overseas and slap a tax on it, raise the price and make it more expensive. But what a tariff doesn't do is bring down the domestic cost of production. As long as the domestic cost of production still implies the price of $115, I'm not going to sell any dollars. I'm going to go out.
No, this is not a Lost Atari 2600 game. This is Cornhole Hero, a new mobile app that, as the name implies, involves playing cornhole. You play on Ohio and Android devices. The game features traditional a fast-paced blitz and a balloon pop game featuring balloons that sometimes throw out. The latest installment of the Train Valley series is pulling out the station. Train Valley Origins challenges players to solve influence puzzles across a 4-game range with additional features including a level hidden mode. The game hits the range June 12th on the Steam Games. And Pokemon fans have even more digital trading cards to collect. Extra Dimensional Crisis is the latest expansion to the Pokemon TCG Pocket, featuring Ultra Beast Pokemon as seen in the Pokemon Sun and Moon game. These cards will be available starting May 29th. Leveling up in Hollywood after Jeff
So once this is all built, what's the grand vision?
Data works from yes, but the game is better. Good thing you use the people who are local app to use it for their platforms there. Yes, it's you know, some of these needs a family vacation or stuff like that. Luckily, people aware you can personal life be your nice, it's all there and it's actually that it's 2021 go there fast. Our world was agents too. On a little here we things we already had to do. For 2026 will be a big year. Find possible connections.
Lots and lots of energy. That could be an eliminating factor in the growth of AI. Sam has been hunting global compute for a while now, and it seems like energy is a big constraint. Can you explain that? Like, what are the limits?
In a healthy gut garden, balance is key. Plant-based fiber gently nourishes the gut, with your body to help you flourish. Throw it feels good with Benefiber. And for 6 grams of fiber with triple skin support, try new Benefiber Superfruits.
So you're talking about 2 orders of magnitude increase
To put it another way, asking ChatGPT a question uses about 10
President Trump had a
times
huge
as a Google
call.
search.
President tweeted today,
Transformation in terms of.
arguably breakthrough who described in positive terms on social media.
So
That happened.
So AI data centers can't be located just anywhere. You need a location with lots of available capacity. And West Texas happens to fit the bill.
Honestly,
Did you ask
it's a
the
community that's very rich about what cost of
Right.
energy. Also, I think drugs for that. And they lack actually demand. That's where
Breaking news in the politics now, President Trump. Said how says there Joe Biden is diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer. What does the president have to do?
Yeah, Jake, obviously this was a pressing question for President Trump, his reaction to this news.
As the source says, the total power capacity for the second rise, the total of 1.2 gigawatts.
Was it notified a long time ago?
Gigawatt, yeah. Everybody seems to want a gigawatt or more these days.
If that's it is. It has to be over 2,600 Tesla Model 3. Why do I get out of your life?
So it's going to stand there and thing stand. Because that's the way we should do business.
Because it's 1.2 gigawatts.
Data centers come online in the next few years. They'll need gigawatts of demand to be overshadowed. According to one estimate, data centers could consume 80% of America's electricity by 2035. And the agency predicts renewables will need about that to that.
Talking to President Trump about
Mostly oil and gas.
this was not surprising because this is something the president has been talking about silently. He has shown these videos that they were shown. So not exactly a surprise to them, but maybe it's really a surprise to the South African.
Our AI and
And there's ways of kind of stretching it where like by tax offsets, and the actual energy. There's great ways to get to 100% direction.
Just unveiled this new report, and a lot of it focuses on
So the
chronic disease in children.
This is never happened. All the ancestors as you meet each crisis.
Looking at your April 10th comments, when you were inside the cabinet meeting, you said by September, we will know the autism epidemic and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
You'll have some of the information is good.
So the AI is actually
The most solid information should probably take us now 6 months.
Okay, so parents should not expect to know
make it
what results.
We'll see. Some of the studies, like sound studies. A lot from those.
But not a definitive answer. Just to be clear, this is matters. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for your time.
The fear that he could potentially be forgotten is the fuel that keeps me going.
AI has a massive.
5 years later, the message is there is something that every person can do, and each of those individual efforts will have a powerful impact. If we work together, we can make that change.
Stargate seems to have the resources it needs to fix goals.
This may have been self-addressed, be it mostly at the
Investigate signs of trouble in the data center.
state level. It was like the chokeholds and what have you. In terms of the federal level, state wasn't, things have stalled. I'm still these fully saying I don't have control over what the Department of Justice decides to do. But I do have control over whether I decide to get mentor young people or speak at schools or get involved with city council meetings or what have you. Those are the things that I do. The sort of balances that I promote. George had a family, a huge family of people who loved him and will continue to make sure people know that his life had value. This was a catalyst for this huge movement all over the world. And so I just want people just to continue to stay engaged, in whatever way they can, to make sure they're working with us to make sure it's not forgotten.
The Piano Man, legendary musician Billy Joel, is taking a break, canceling all upcoming tour dates because of a neurological disorder. Statement on the singer's Instagram page today says,
doctor's instructions, Billy is undergoing specific physical therapy and has been advised to refrain from performing during this recovery period. And the statement, Billy Joel says, quote, "I'm sincerely sorry to disappoint our audience." CNN chief medical correspondent and practicing neurosurgeon, Dr. Walk people through the diagnosis here.
The real risk is that AI will kill us.
Use like, but let me talk you through it. There may be some potential treatments. This is something known as low pressure hydrocephalus. Now, hydrocephalus may be a term people are familiar with. Water on the brain. Typically think about that.
It's just a wonderful
Adults as well. So let me show you these images here. An idea of what this looks like. In an adult brain, you have normal fluid filled spaces. So on the left, that's what the brain should look like. That's normal. On the right, you can see those black areas in the middle. Those are the ventricles, and they carry cerebral spinal fluid. And you can see they're much larger than in the scan on the right. That is normal pressure hydrocephalus. And so that is something that happens typically in people over the age of 65, and it can cause all sorts of different.
Is it a milestone for the second quarter of 2024?
Symptoms that I'm sure have led to him canceling the tour.
How
common is this?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now.
But it is one of those things, I'll tell you instantly, just because this is my area of expertise.
I mean, once you start
Patients
making
oftentimes will
profits,
come
people
in
expect you
with
to make more, and
symptoms
all of a
such as
sudden you're
difficulty with
valued on a multiple
bowel
of those
difficulty,
profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash
with
flow
their bladder
negative,
control, and they have
information about the
difficulty with
company's
cognition.
communication,
Oftentimes it's confused with things like Alzheimer's disease, for example, or even Parkinson's disease. Patient comes in like that, they get a scan,
there's a lot of different
and all of a sudden we'll see this picture of hydrocephalus. To get any of these diagnoses, this is potentially so it's not common. It could be a many. For sure, disease is out there.
Yeah, it's really strong.
Area of expertise for patients with this condition. Let's look at treatment. Yeah, so it's interesting. So think about that fluid again. The fluid is circulating around the brain, around the spinal cord. First of all, you can actually take a needle drain some of that fluid. The patients might pretty rapidly feel better, improve in their gait, improve in their walking, improve in their cognition. If that happens, and it does happen a fair number of times, then you can do something that's a bit more permanent. So this is the brain. You basically would put a catheter sort of through the brain into those fluid-filled spaces I mentioned, and then using a catheter sort of drain that fluid into the abdomen, for example. It's called a shot. Something else that people may have heard of. And I got to tell you, this is rare, but when it comes to someone with what Billy Joel is describing, it could potentially be a very treatable problem. So you've got people hoping for. I'm sure he's having those discussions with his doctors right now. I think we're all for that. Dr. Says you to always grateful for your expertise. Thanks so much. The training dragon stars, you feel healthy, basic things, enjoy it. We got a preview of the Island of Pearls at the Phoenix. Our features alien experiences across 5 continents. Feeding the one side, the how to train. This is facing. Dylan Posen has joined the cast of Hunger Games, Sunrise and Everything. Last presented will appear is Sid Flickerman, played in the original 4 films by Stanley Tucci. The prequel is due in theaters November 20th, 2026. The latest prop store auction features collectibles from Planet Hollywood restaurants around the world, including an alien mask from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a Kremlin puppet representative from the original molds, a 12-foot filming model from Lost in Space, and Morgan Freeman's prison shirt from the Shawshank Redemption. The bidding runs through June 11th at propstoreauction.com. In Hollywood, I'll take it down.
Every month, only on Bloomberg. With passion and service at the heart of everything we do, Redwood Credit Union is a local partner you can rely on. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning for your children's future, or growing your business, our products are designed to help you thrive. From competitive rate on this is smart savings solution. This is banking you can count on. Join nearly 480,000 of your family's friends and neighbors who's found a financial partner that feels like home. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love.
That is, explore the full Weber rivers, the original charcoal kettle. The classic and reliable Weber shade industry, 80% more power in years. Zero color, experience smoke, and the business leaders safety. And it's free assembly delivery for burgers, the barbecue, the breakfast. This is the place for your perfect Weber grill. When you need to touch, it's service agent with guarantee.
Nation. It's fun. So, it's so funny. Say this was looking good. He got saved. Coming soon.
Yeah, because the after election odds are always the way. But the country is experiencing a surge in political violence. Earlier this month, the mayor of Sunday was killed during a live campaign rally organized in Veracruz. Last year, hundreds of politicians and their family members were consequently murdered. President Valeria Leon had more on their guard of violence. In fact, a warning that this report may be disturbing.
What is the threshold within the boundary? Turning the policies. Mexico State of Veracruz is similar activities, a mayoral candidate was come down just minutes after shaking hands with supporters. Gutierrez and the others were killed. The election is only a month away. This murder is not only in Mexico. Latin countries are recognizing victims of the protests. That is a human rights organization recorded 661 attacks on officials, candidates, and their fellow members. 346 people were murdered. The updates on violence, political, and other wars is often cited by Mexican migrants as one of the reasons for trying to leave their homes for the U.S. In May of 2044, the old candidate Jose Cabrera was shot to death in a event in the southern state of Guerrero. Days later, a mayor in the state of Michoacán was killed as she was walking out of her house from the team.
They're all counter people. These times here. And at some point, I asked myself the question, I was scared for it. So I could say that I would myself. Yeah, there's still just something I know it's not like the rest of the people. It needs to be expected.
And calm and passion. It's also cheap. Just one. 120,000 sold out by 2026. Tools and signs of health. All these. That's right. That goes high. The last right. In my own town, it hasn't come out of thought
sure. I see that to do. Because this cross is the richest of the forest exists. The Black Alabama is remarkably far from its home, meaning that our solar and our soil is non-absorbent. And using the advocates tell us conventional septic systems cost is not you will come back to your practice where some searchers are reacting to older from their environmental justice investigation and 2022 Wells County did not have access to proper sewage systems. And the State Department of Public Health released a consistent pattern of actions disproportionately impacted by residents. To set aside money to help address the sanitation crisis, including $1 million for lands in 2 nearby counties to help restore last month, Trump and Justice Department. The DOJ Department of Justice said the DOJ civil rights division in news release. Into the program, Browns County is a 72% majority Black community. The median household in just
this whole way. See the actually the range, the power, these things can carry the cost and large.
$45,000 a year. A standard septic system and model runs Sherry Bradley started 6 years ago. She's made 7% touchdowns and straight years. To direct that away from the games. Since then, she's installed nearly 120 systems on county. Sherry takes me to a home. She says will make the sanitation crisis literally food. This is the disabled couple as it goes, and leaving hazardous chemicals waste from them. We operate off of land. If you want to put the problem of getting right with our land. So our organization is a sub-recipient by an Eric Red. She says Mom was shut down by the company. Everything they did, the ground one is lost. So you're rejecting this. Okay. Completely 100%. Sherry says Black Hills residents all receive attention. She chooses making 2 other plans. That is done without the plan. Oh no, I think the bill that federal government of the bill. If I didn't do it here, if I find a way to throw it out, say I'm a duty. CNN, Youngstown County, Alabama.
One that's on the floor, the top 5 film festival is called Justice. His trial comes after years of personal and professional adversity. He's had many running also we had he was supposed to be on the kind of was in the prison and found for forms unable to travel to France. Being this year's latest book. These are running. I will never forget that first day after 15 years. Was the first time I could watch my son and is unfamiliar counterfeit. There is a solution for every problem. Each society faces its features, but you can find solutions that make it run well. Here's the tough enough was filmed without much space for research from the reaction purposes of also content for the comments. Claro, the story of next year is It's how our business leaders are served. Reach out to small business owners from the tariffs are helping some. Okay. Omaha, Nebraska. Mom's kitchens and catering. No, Patricia, big mom, passionate turned entrepreneur for children, grandchildren, and grandchildren, great grandchildren, running the business today. Oh, guys, there's almost all. She joins me out. Thank you so much for your time. It's national recognition. Which products will terrorists impact the most? Thank you very much for asking. I think I've seen the effects of carrots when seasonings. Chicken fried chicken is the entire statement. Media items is what it's known for. And been featured on national television. Charcoal fried chicken. Mother wanted to feed people in the world. That there feel great. I would also supply and for example, also to prepare a cornbread, but that might be 50%. So now we're back to using a skillet when we make cornbread. Has that resulted in any price increases for your customers? Yes, trying to be creative and figuring out ways not to pass that our customers get. And to be able to short to eat. And so we're doing things like not hiring anybody. You know, I've got positions that you can fill, but we're not hiring so we don't have to raise prices. We've got people that are learning how to do other jobs so that, you know, one person can do the job of two people so that we don't have to raise our prices. But unfortunately, I'm really going to have to think about this come next month when the company that blends our spices for us, you know, increases. The impact these tariffs are having on your kid. Well, organization called Business for the Future, and we did a survey, and over 80% of us were in the survey all business. You know, we've been around 18 years. I've survived the death of my dad, two sisters, big mamas, the coronavirus. But this year was all of this tariffs. It was really going to make it very difficult for us. And what's frustrating for me is, you know, we have here, we have for small businesses like big office. You know, small business makes up such a large portion of businesses that are in this country. We employ those people you see in the background. This is how they pay their bills. This is how they feed their kids. And we're in jeopardy if somebody doesn't fight for us, if somebody doesn't create some legislation that helps us out, not just big business. I'm afraid that my
family-owned business. My mom's dream, what I've been working on for the last 18 years, I will pass it on to my kids. Real quick before I go, I gotta ask for a shirt. Oh, the sweet potato pie ice cream. Tell us what the signature menu item people should be looking out for. Our signature menu item is the upper side chicken. And if you can't make it to Omaha, Nebraska, they have fried chicken. You can go on to BigMamaSKitchen.com and order the exact same seasoning that we use to fry our chicken here, and you can fry it just like you do at home. If you ever come to see, you have to try chicken in the sweet potato pie ice cream. It is delicious. Restaurant, one more time, Big Mama's Kitchen and Catering in Omaha, Nebraska. Find their products. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. The president wants to bring production back to the United States, but bringing all the different parts of the supply chain to the US would be a major challenge. You've got the chips. Well, we know the chips are mostly made in Taiwan. The screens, they are made in South Korea. And the final assembly, mostly in China, although India. If all happens in the US, as we were just hearing then, Apple is coming in. And I had a little problem with Tim Cook yesterday. I said to him, Tim, you must treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 million. I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India. I don't want you building in India. Going to grill factories, or even announce factories in time to avoid 25%. Maybe it is.
Yeah, Richard, I mean, there's so many questions to unpack here. I think, you know, on one hand, there's really the issue of just this whiplash. Is it Apple? Is it Samsung? I mean, we've seen this over the past few months. It's reported so much on just companies can't make decisions when there's uncertainty about what is happening. So this idea that these companies are going to decide to move and start building factories in the US from one day to the next, you don't know who these tariffs are going to apply to. I think that is a real concern. But we're talking about the smartphone companies, whether it's Apple, whether it's Samsung, this is so unlikely that they are going to be moving production of smartphones to the United States because the infrastructure just isn't here. You know, out there, there's this whole ecosystem that supports these projects for these companies to build that up here. It would take, by some estimates, 5 to 10 years. They can't do this quickly enough to avoid these 25% tariffs. So what is likely to happen instead is that these companies are going to have to pass on some of the cost of these tariffs to consumers. Apple was already rumored to be thinking about raising prices on its newest iPhones when it releases them in the fall. This just makes that likely return. Not just jump into working out. At Body, we make it simple for beginners to get results step to step. With fitness and eating plans, plus Shakeology, all in one nutrition shake. You can save 60% today at body.com.
Here, it's time for car washes. Waiting in line, watching soap suds strip off the top with wash goes. Car wash comes to you, which is a few taps for professional wash and clearing service at your home. Okay, pay for the app. Extra details come to you. 90 minutes. Download the Wash House app. Use the code. Oh. Actions speak loud. That's three. Right. Memorial Day sales event and Lisa for $6.59.
Our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven.
You know, it doesn't take as much anymore. But there's no something. To it is touched on it or the thing that they've expressed. And so I wonder if
Caitlin Collins just sat down with for a wide-ranging interview with Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And Caitlin joins me now. Caitlin, tell us about the discussion. What did you talk about?
This interview is happening because here at the White House today, they released what is known as the Maha Commission Report. It is essentially the study that President Trump signed an executive order and tasked his HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. with doing, along with a lot of other administration officials and members of his cabinet, to essentially to figure out what is responsible for causing chronic illness in children across the United States and chronic disease. And essentially they laid out several of what they believe is leading to that. And they say now the next step is to talk about what those solutions are that they can as part of this. And we definitely got into that. You see all that interview tonight. We also talked about a comment that Secretary Kennedy made just a few weeks ago that happened here at the White House. He said that he wanted to commission a study to find what is the cause of autism by September. Looking at your April 10th comment when you were inside the cabinet meeting, you said by September we will know what has caused the autism epidemic and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures. Some of the information to get the most solid information. Okay, so parents should not expect to know what causes autism is in the study. As I said, some of the studies have already been done that look like cell studies. And we'll know a lot from those, and then we'll know a lot more after. And not definitive answer by September. Just to be clear. It depends on those replicable studies show. Okay, and then what do you expect to happen 6 months after that? You mentioned something. I expect we will know the answers of the etiology of autism. Okay, so that timeline is moving from September to 6 months. As I said, we're going to begin to have a lot of information by September. But we're not going to stop the studies in September. We're going to be definitive. Jake, obviously a notable change. You had said on April 10th at the White House that they would have that cause. He believed by September. He is now saying that they will begin those studies. He says that they will have some information by September, but now he is pushing that 6 months more down the road. So essentially next March of 2026 is when he believes they will know more definitive information. Obviously, Jake, when scientists heard RFK Jr. say that number, that deadline of September, they had raised that how they figure that out and such a short time span. And so that was the question here going forward. But it does now sound like he is pushing that to now saying in March they believe they will have more answers, not this September.
Summer movie season kicks off Memorial Day weekend. Live action remake of Lilo and Stitch and Tom Cruise is Mission Impossible to find out getting right into theaters. Comes to a close with Karate Kid Legends making its way to movies. A jam-packed June will see Ana de Armas through the John Wick universe in Ballerina, a live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon, the horror prequel 20 years later, drama F1. Dinosaurs stalk back into theaters in July with Jurassic World Rebirth, followed by James Gunn's Superman, the remake of I Know What You Did Last Summer, a new animated Smurfs adventure, and Marvel's The Fantastic Four First Steps. Showtime. And the month of August sees the release of The Bad Guys 2, the remake of The Naked Gun, along the way to sequel 3 Year Friday, the horror mystery Weapons, action comedy Nobody 2, dark comedy Honey Don't, and the reboot of The Toxic Avenger starring Peter Dinklage. Getting an extra large popcorn in Hollywood, I think that's a lot.
president is trying to bring back precision manufacturing to the US.
President Donald Trump is threatening to impose a 25% tariff on Apple if it doesn't build iPhones in the US. On Fox News, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explains the president's latest comments on Apple.
One of our greatest vulnerabilities are the business external production, especially in semiconductors. And a large part of Apple components are semiconductors. So we would like to have Apple help us.
President Trump has been ratcheting up the pressure on Apple.
I had a little problem with Tim yesterday.
Trump recently called out Apple CEO Tim Cook for his company's plan to build US-bound iPhones in India.
I said to him, Tim, you're my friend. I treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 billion, but now I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India.
Experts estimate that US-made iPhones cost more than 3 times their current price because it's so costly to replicate Asia's major ecosystem. You build that in the US with a fab in West Virginia, New Jersey, there'll be 35-hour outage. The reality of it, the fictional tale.
It's one of the most dangerous races in the world, and certainly one of the most ridiculous. A 200-yard dash down a steep English hillside in pursuit of a wheel of double Gloucester. The cheese is the prize, but just finishing in one piece should also be considered a triumph.
There's potential for like some serious injury there. Basically, you enter at your own risk. I think the worst injuries we've sort of had have been like legs and ankles being broken.
Nobody has been more successful on Cooper's Hill than Chris Anderson. He's won a world record 23 cheeses, but even he has felt some pain. He broke his ankle celebrating his first win, and a couple of years later, when he won again, he crossed the finish line unconscious. For anybody that's maybe going to try it for the first time, can you just tell them how to win the world's craziest race? How do you do it?
You've just got to have a disregard for your own safety. The initial first 10 meters so you've literally just got to like almost dive into it, just try and run, stay on your feet, and if you fall, get up as quick as you can.
Given the obvious peril, it's no surprise that the runners might want a splash of alcohol for some Dutch courage. But Anderson says he would never drink more than a single can of lager.
I always saw that if you were drunk and you break something, it's not really doing anything. So I just always try to do it so as possible.
They've been chasing cheese since the 1800s, if not earlier than that. With the advent of the internet age, it has become world famous. Thousands of people attend every year. Winners have come from as far afield as
My face to go up. It's on the house to my body, but that's the cost that it takes to win the
American Abby Hunter is a 2-time champion. She's running again and hoping for a 3rd title this year. The age of 37, Anderson is recovering from a hip injury and says he's retired. Although he can be tempted to run again one day if his son decides to follow his footsteps down the hill. He happened to run it, but like he run down it at good full speed because the most dangerous goes slow and it was very from behind. So I'd like him to be quick enough to get away from the car. But if he does run again, as he says, it won't be for the trees. He doesn't like the text. Becoming a part of the future of marketing begins with seeing yourself as your position. A flexible business program is more tireless skills that will make your careers and lives a success. The next more visions of the real needs of the market. WGU's Board of Directors National Students. Apply also at WGU. It's deer season. Already? Let's go now. We gotta hide. No, not that deer season. Deer season. It's that time of year when you can get $3,000 off at an authorized town deer dealer. That's deer season. Right. What's going on now? See the guy in the logo? He's an old friend of mine. Really? It's deer season. Through June 2nd.
George Floyd Square looks a lot the same, and there are some differences. One thing to note is that people come here and volunteer from the neighborhood to make sure this is pristine, kept, so that people can go and remember what happened here, and also demand the changes that they want for the police department. If you look here, this is exactly what this man thought. Then Officer Derek Sherman had his knee on his neck, and George Floyd was begging for his life, begging for his breath. Back then, this store here was called Cup Foods. But there is some potential in the neighborhood. In terms of being
So I think you're gonna see a lot more major moves going forward.
Programs or President Trump used in Dome. Brazil would also so this film senators that have spoken up. So we should be creating it obviously yeah, working and 2017 yeah, in place. Concerns about being constituents, there's worries about Medicaid are going to Democrats, there's more pressure on Republicans, and we talked about Medicaid and to Americans and so this isn't going to be good for the election. Another point is that there's clean energy and they're already not money so there are a lot of concerns. You mentioned the conversation on that. Some of that coming from the fact that many Republicans said it would be protected. conversation may be over potential next. In response to Rep. Brendan Boyle, I didn't know how much I can significantly add to the dramatic reductions in that spending of 4%, roughly 45 billion. Perception continue from there with 90 billion in Medicare. Leaders have been like that political landscape and its constituents.
So while Medicaid bring out question Medicare, because you have elderly people affected the voting law. And that was one of the things that was called on the politically concerned where will definitely help I'm so we're not very this one is so I get just don't have to and I'm trying to complete one everybody wash out television. And I told her about the last year I was explaining so now I'm all grungy with that. Yeah, it's a place for new, I love and first. Here. Because the future is there for us. Right. We do. I have much in the past. I think this guy really I'm going on 5 years. Most people are even 5 years. Nothing on those things. I was just I didn't have the actually these strokes because you're it's a more political talking about a left-handed girl talking about the people who investigated her. It's always interesting to see those more politicalized land outside of the Iraqi setting. The president received a war reflection there was certainly not the kind of rocket crowd that she typically delivers her lines to. I think there are substance of the president was when he was discussing his everything from U.S. military. Budget request that he just goes through. That's about a 13% increase from the current funding levels. Talking about the Golden Dome and missile defense system that she has decided to put in place. Talking about building 6 planes in the United States. So that was one area of making the U.S. military. The other area that we talked about was the separate what he called purchase a third wonderful experiment from the Pentagon, but also from the service academies. One last year, the president really talking at some length about, as he said, liberating troops for diversity trainings, talking about getting rid of flag sales, saying that he was getting men out of women's sports. You know, this is also something of a controversial topic at that point. We had seen a number of affinity groups expanded, their group for Black engineers, the Latin Cultural Club, other service academies. We've seen books pulled from libraries that didn't necessarily support
In the short term, the 1,000 as second lieutenant in the U.S. Army, that would continue to have their back, not sending them off to wars of choice, but they really help their strength as they enter that large railway. Having a strike, CNN at the U.S. Military Academy in West Point, New York.
Now, 4 British climbers have become the first to ascend Mount Everest after using xenon gas to acclimatize. Usually climbers are used to spend time in the mountains, letting their bodies get used to the higher altitudes. This could take weeks or even months. But this group of mountaineers, they were able to scale the peak in less than 5 days after leaving London. The organizer of the expedition, Lucas Ferdinand, who joins us now live from Mount Everest Base Camp to tell us just how they did it. Lucas, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your record-setting climb. You did it fast. You did it for the veterans. Celebrate.
So thank you so much for having me. Yeah, we have some they came down from the mountain, they had some kind of and then the helicopter was already so we had something yeah, we did it from the Navy.
On guys who is flattening the economy to help the franchise. It is extremely dangerous to really climb on would actually work.
From the outside, it looks like it's a big risk. We have anything, because we have managed to since 1995, we have very and we get this on top of this, that we are working with the and let's say I have done this, every year, and just students even the yeah, exactly. So less principle which I do it makes a difference in cases 1 week here environment. Rivers like that are both yeah, so this currently retails for $33, with a reserve average price of $1. My business, I tried to make it. Let me just say on behalf of all the
$100 in America. If we can make stuff, we absolutely would. And that doesn't be so much easier if I can just make stuff here, right? But it's about that, okay? And it's not about patriotism. I love your country. Like you said, I was actually in the Marine. I took 3 combat tours overseas. I love my country. It's not about patriotism. It's about merit. And that doesn't add up. So if you try to make this product in the United States, it implies a freight unit price for the MSRP of $114.29. And so I want to see if what they're paying, make it American and charge a couple bucks more. The difference between $33.50 and $114.29 is huge. You know, when it comes to at least restoring jobs. You need to take this product overseas and class tax, raise the price and make it more expensive. But what it does is bring down the domestic cost of production. As long as the domestic cost of production still implies the price of $114, I'm not going to sell any dog food, and I'm going to go out of business. No, this is not a loss of power.
Pokemon fans have even more digital trading cards to collect. Extra Dimensional Crisis is the latest expansion to the Pokemon TCG Pocket app, featuring Ultra Beast Pokemon as seen in the Pokemon Sun and Moon games. The new cards will be available starting May 29th. Leveling up in Hollywood,
We've been told about the songs that should be so in every next song, remember to take that off by yourselves. Find in-network therapy and psychiatry built around your needs and schedule. Sorry.
I'm not ready to Peter Tason's education. Now I'm science.
After the picture, there's significant symptom relief in 4 weeks with Skyrosine, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrosine helps physically damage the intestinal lining, and with Skyrosine, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years. No use of serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or local illness can occur before treatment can check for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any symptoms of vaccines, problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for drugs or disease. Ask your doctor about Skyrosine. Remember to prescribe biologic approach disease. Skyrosine is also approved for ulcerative colitis. I'll run now. I'm the president of Wednesday. I'm listening to have you with us tonight. Secretary now has said that this is a warning to other schools. These actions taken over. Do you believe Wesley could be in trouble? Certainly.
I agree. It's treating all this concern. University in high schools, some students were because America has the freedom of research and expression that is attractive to talented students from all over the world. And it's industry to utilize administration to take on such a successful aspect for economy and culture. But I guess what they want to do is make everybody afraid that if they don't follow leaders, they want to do. They're going to be in trouble and then they can attacked via their students, via their research funding. So I'm afraid, not just for Wesleyan, but for the fate of college universities and of society.
There's that point where one of the historical, not those level credits, and some of these moves by the Trump administration are huge. So I take that risk.
Well, I think I'm just saying the things that most Americans should profession if you're working at a university or working at if you're a journalist, you should be free to publish the things you want to publish. You don't have to be very paid to do. These are basic American freedoms. And I think that's the same obvious thing Americans have said for the founding period, is that the federal government, especially the executive branch, shouldn't tell people what to think or how to teach or what to learn. Just like they shouldn't tell people where to go to church or where to go to the store. And this notion that the executive branch could push people around just because it has the power to do so has been already labeled by judges as overreaching. And I think we have to speak out against it if we value our freedoms.
Federal funding, as I understand it, accounts for about 7% federal funding, is about 7% of your budget span. I know you've lost some federal funding. Do you believe those cuts are in any way tied to your speaking out?
I don't. I think the cuts that have happened at Wesleyan, and they've happened all over the country, are misguided cuts. They get letters saying the grant that you awarded to do the work that we've engaged you to do no longer fits the priorities of the administration. That's the letter that people have been getting from the Trump administration. But people have gotten that all over the country, whether their presidents have spoken out or not. And so I think that the fear to speak out is really unfortunate, because I think if we value our freedoms, as I do, and I think many of my colleagues value their freedoms, then we should say we do. I'm not saying anything that Trump wasn't elected president or he doesn't do anything. I'm not saying anything like that. He was elected. He does have the power to do certain things within the law. That's not that the president gets to have everybody bend the knee in the White House. And it doesn't mean that he gets to control what we think and how we do research.
Part of what the administration said when it comes to monitoring specifically in higher education and specifically the administration has said this is part of the effort to combat anti-Semitism. You're the first Jewish president of a university. Do you believe these efforts are really meaningful efforts that are supposed to deal with anti-Jewish hate on campus?
I do not. I think that this is a bogus reason. There's nothing to do with curbing Jewish hate. The hatred of Jews is real. We saw these schools where kids cut down yesterday because they look at Israeli embassy or anything. It's nonsense. They were cut down because they were Jewish event. Anti-Semitism is real and it's violent and emergent. It's not confined to college campuses. Colleges and universities can't be places where Jews and Christians get along reasonably well. And we have to make sure that they never degenerate the kind of violence we see elsewhere in the country. But I think this reasoning about anti-Semitism is bogus. And you see this in the Department of Education's letter to Harvard coming out of funding. They don't mention anything about anti-Semitism or Jews. So I think that's a subterfuge to try to get under control of what happens on campus.
Before I let you go, Wesley's graduation is this weekend. How have you advanced in the last couple of months changed your attitude to the class of 2025?
I give a speech every year. You're speaking about American freedom. I'm going to speak about how free speech is a vital ingredient of American life, and free speech depends on the diversity of views, being a listener. It depends on inclusion. It depends on fairness. Very things that are under attack. Free speech, diversity, inclusion, these things are under attack. We need to protect them from people who want to ban books and control our lives. We need to defend our freedoms. If we don't, they'll be taken away. And that's the message I'll give on Sunday.
And we're all really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here, that could potentially be forgotten is the bill that needs to be done. 5 years later, the message is there is something that we do each other's individual purpose. How a power and entrepreneur together with you to make that change. And
Either there's some progress. Out in the state, it's like churches. In terms of the federal, I think that these installed, obviously, George Floyd, leasing activity back there. I don't have control over the Department of Justice decides to have control. I decide to get out and go out and enjoy that people are staying at schools or people with city council. Sort of balance George and family, each family for the content, and we continue to make sure people know his life and was the catalyst for this huge. And so I just want to continue to stay engaged, whatever way they can, to make sure it's working here with us, to make sure it's not forgotten.
Joel, saying correctly, as they fall inward days because they're all on the soil. Today says, quote, construction Billy is undergoing specific physical therapy and has been advised to refrain during this recovery period. In the statement, Billy says, quote, I'm sincerely sorry to disappoint our clients. Medical correspondent, neurosurgeon, Dr. Sanjay Gupta joins us now. Walk people through the diagnosis here. Yeah, you might have to hear news like this, but let me talk you through it. There may be some potential treatments for him. This is something known as normal pressure hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus may be a term people are familiar with. There's really about that in babies, but it can happen in adults as well. So let me show you these images here. What this looks like. Don't really have normal fluid-filled spaces. So on the left, that's where the range of microscope. On the right, you can see those black areas in the middle. Those are the ventricles, and they carry through this form of fluid. And you can see there was more on the right. That is normal pressure hydrocephalus. And so that is have led to how common is this? This is not that common. It's one of those things. This is my area of expertise. Patients oftentimes will come in symptoms such as difficulty with breathing, difficulty with and they have difficulty with cognition. Oftentimes it's confused for things like Alzheimer's disease, for example, or even Parkinson's disease. It comes in like that, they get a scan, and all of a sudden let's see this normal pressure hydrocephalus. I don't want to get any diagnoses. This is potentially a treatable problem. So it's not common, but you can mimic a lot of other sort of diseases out there. Mentioned the patients where there's kind of also treatment. Yeah, so it's interesting. So think about that fluid again. That fluid is circulating around the brain, around the spinal cord. First of all, the needle will do what's called the lower back and drain some of that fluid. When you drain some of that fluid, the patient might rapidly feel better in shape. If that happens, it does happen a fair number of times, then it's something that's difficult. So this is great. Spaces mentioned, using catheters to drain that into the abdomen. For example, that's called shut. Something else that people may have heard of. This is rare. What Billy Joel is describing, it could potentially be a big I'm sure you have right now. And all always thanks so much. The Greenwood Dragon stars with Arthur Mason Films and join another preview of the Island and Epic Universe. Orlando Resort Park features more than 50 experiences across 5 new videos. By Major Dragon, years June 13th. Okay, join the cast of Sunrise, the Oscar record winner this season. Fourth films by Stanley 2022. The treatment is due in theaters November 20th, 2026. The latest monster law features collectibles from many Hollywood restaurants around the world, including an alien mask from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a Gremlins comic book with them, 12 foot helmet model from Lost in Space, and Freeman's Prison from Shawshank. Bidding runs June 11 at outstoreauction.com. Hours back on Tundra. Here, no faces. It's actions that speak loud. But the entire venture next to sure. Three. Right. Three in the BMW Memorial Day sales event and lease a BMW X3 for $659 per month. At Ace, explore the full lineup of Weber grills. The original charcoal kettle, the classic and reliable Weber Spirit gas gridders, 40% more power in your sears hose, Searwood pellet grips for searing and smoking, and the rust-resistant Weber Slate grill. And with free assembly and delivery, from burgers to barbecue. Weber Grill, around the block, when you need and stop. We service will do this guarantee.
Our President Donald Trump will not shy away from controversial topics while addressing U.S. military activities on Saturday. He commits to speech at West Point. Congratulating graduates for joining the greatest and most powerful armed forces ever. The president touted his plan for a digital missile defense system.
The Golden Dome shield to protect West Point from attack. Being completed before the process.
During his speech, Mr. Trump also praised his administration's to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the military.
Troops from divisive and debated political trainings. There will be no critical theory for everybody forced on to operate and women. The job of U.S. Armed Forces is not to post action, transform foreign cultures, but to spread democracy to everybody around the world.
Did you think of this age part media rivalry?
I think one, democracy and to be quite honest, it's why it's all sports. Every sport, every men's sport, every women's sport should have it. To a point where it's dangerous. You have people speak about them. Like I just think that what just took place, both young ladies said it was a basketball play. Everybody else has all these think pieces on how they against each other. That's not so. Even if it was, they're not showing it. So why should all these think pieces make people know when they just started watching it? But I'll say this, they're talking about because it's they're probably so they're being talked about. We're gonna get to the other good stuff because they're gonna want it's basketball. So we win either way. As long as we're controlling that narrative, I think it's best for this basketball.
I need to know the upcoming season of Love Island USA. What do you see?
And those bombshell.
It's safe to say this season's looking pretty good.
I say? I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
My psoriatic arthritis. Okay. Is it okay?
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms that you're trying to bear, Rinvoq is a once daily makers stiffness and swelling, especially 2 weeks. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this way. Rinvoq is say you're almost clear.
Lower ability to find infections, even into serious infections or causes of cancers, including GI, death, heart attack, and stroke, breast cancers, and age, plus heart disease risk factor, infection, and receipts. Don't take the alert to have an infection.
Switching drink is right for you.
It's yours. The fear that he could potentially be forgotten to feel like he's going. 5 years later, the message is there is every person each of those individual efforts will have a powerful impact if we work together with the change. Because it means so progress. Obviously, but I do have control whether I decide to go out and mentor young people or speak at schools or get involved with city council meetings or what have you. And so the next thing I do is this sort of balance and family, huge family, people that go out there and we'll continue to make sure it's really what it's like. And this was a catalyst for this huge movement for them. And so I just continue to stay, in whatever way they can to make sure they're working with us, make sure it's
what happens is in Pakistan, struggling with sweltering. The temperature soaring 50 degrees Celsius in some areas. Residents are doing anything they can to have a prize to get exposed to guidance. Splashed of interest to escape the schools in Pakistan. So intense in the water it's difficult to go out. People should take caution, wear caps, water, and they should drink plenty of water. It's still spring in Pakistan, which is assumed in some topping Celsius in some areas. Pakistan people are advised to stay hydrated. Avoid your nose exposed to the sun. If you working outside, making pasta, it's amazing temperatures. To protect himself from the heat, people drink water. So we drink water every 15 minutes or an hour. What can you do? Depends on the it's hard to escape. Some things causing collapse, sometimes cancer and electricity stop the Korean some that SARS, daily routine work like all maintaining stroke. They have not established any stroke centers in the SARS. They should do it so that people can get their stay and their lives can be saved. In South Asia, yes, troubling and potentially life-threatening threat, where it's not just blunt, dangerous. It's not our business leaders, our small business owners looking in are having overwhelmed. Today, let alone Big Mom's Kitchen and catering, so foods. Big Mom, entrepreneur, her children, grandchildren, run the business today.
Thanks so much for taking the time. It's national recognition. Which projects have terrorists impacted most?
Oh, thank you very much for that. We have seen the effects of terrorism on the seasoning. Every fried chicken is staple menu item. It's way known for. It's featured on national television for other fried chicken. We sell the seasoning and feed people. And that's where we've seen the greatest impact. And then on some of the supplies that we use, for example, our bread. We used to use for pans to prepare our cornbread, but that price has gone 50%. So now we're back to using as a skillet when we make cornbread.
Has that resulted in any price increases for your customers?
Not yet. Trying to be creative and figuring out ways not to pass that on to our customers yet. Our restaurant is located in part of the community where community members don't have a lot of disposable income. And my mother, wanted her restaurant to be a place where anyone could come and to be able to afford to eat. And so they're doing things like not hiring anybody. I've got positions that need to be filled. We're hiring anybody to keep the rate costs down. They just don't have to raise prices. We've got people that are learning how to do other jobs so that, one person can do the job of two people so that we don't have to raise prices. Unfortunately, I'm really going to have to think about this come next month with the company that blends spices for us, increases their prices.
You mentioned your mom, she wanted out of this for the entire community. She lived the American dream, started the business based on a passion. Part of that is serving the community. What's your message to lawmakers about the impact these tariffs are having on your community?
Well, I belong to an organization, Small Business for America Future, and they do survey. And 80% were in this survey all the tariffs threat to the way that we do business. We've been around for 18 years. I've survived the death of my dad, two of my sisters, a big coronavirus. But this year, what's going on with these tariffs is really very different. And what's frustrating for me is, who's out here looking out for small businesses like big mountains? Small business makes up such a large portion of the businesses that are in this country. People, those people you see in the background, and this is how they pay their bills. This is how they put food on the table. This is how they feed their kids. And we're in jeopardy if somebody doesn't fight for us, if somebody doesn't create some legislation that helps us out, not just big business. I'm afraid that my family-owned business here, my history, I've been working on it for the last 18 years, and I will pass it on to my grandchildren.
Real quick before I let you go, I gotta ask about your shirt. Home of the sweet potato pie ice cream. Tell us about the signature menu item people should be looking out for.
Our signature menu item is chicken. You can't make it. You can go same seasoning that we use to fry our chicken here. You can fry it. Ever come over?
One more time. Beautiful find the products online. Ashley, thank you so much. Great.
Well, thank you.
The president wants to bring the supply chain to the U.S. Chips, well, we know the chips are mostly made in Taiwan. The screens, they are made in South Korea. And it's India. And all of the U.S. I felt direct aid. China.
Coming in. And I had a big problem with the yesterday. I asked them from the treaty. Was
get down, so now you're building over India. I don't want you building in India.
You know what, building in India, Claire Duffy? Don't compete. Listen, when he said, all of this, mentioned something in there. We expect all these companies are going to build, or even in, to avoid 25.
So many questions to unpack here. I think, on one hand, there's just this whiplash. Is it Apple? Is it Samsung? We've seen this over the past few months as you have reported so much on. Just companies can't make decisions when there is uncertainty about what's happening. So this idea that these companies are going to decide to move and start building factories in the US one day to the next, you don't know what these tariffs are going to apply to. I think that is a real concern. But then when we talk about smart home companies, whether it's Apple or Samsung, which is so unlikely to get production of smartphones to the United States because the infrastructure just isn't here. In the Asia, as you laid out there, there's this ecosystem supports the production of these products for these companies to build that up here. It could take my estimate 5 to 10 years. You can't do this quickly enough to avoid these 25% tariffs. So what is likely to happen instead is that these companies are going to have to pass on some of the cost of these tariffs to consumers. Apple is already rumored to be thinking about raising prices on its newest slate of iPhones when it releases them in the fall. This just makes that more likely, Richard.
Heavy workloads. Everything on your plate, it's easy to feel overloaded. Thankfully, our locums experts can help you earn higher income and enjoy better work-life balance. With more jobs and more locations, Weatherby gets you where you want to go.
Oh, it's amazing. Ace, we know right. Starting last. Has this collection of premium brands, Benjamin Moore, Magnolia, Joanna H, and Clark and Kensington, and your increased premium payments that that's behind with Gallup. Research is using that I estimate using the knowledge of the diagnostic tool.
This is ancient. It's scientists to the mysteries of the past. Or rather, I know it's a fantastic tool to learn more about it. So, it's united to explore these ideas with the diagnostic tool and based on its researchers from University College London and University of Ljubljana will tell you the scent isn't as haunting as it looks. It's spicy. And even sweet smells give us insight into what materials we used thousands of years ago. Basically, it separates each of the chemicals present in that air and identify them safely, but also it allows us to esteem the association and describe qualities of the mummies from conducted with Egyptian conservators reveal a sense of platforms and frankincense and myrrh, and even cinnamon. Research also determined these materials were part of the original embalming process, which were added later to help preserve the bodies. This approach takes 10 liters of air through a sampling tube, which not only helps keep the body safe and intact, but also scent the circular sound and incorporate into museum experiences. One of the ways guiding to the immersive field to heritage. And these studies using our meals, we can learn more about history and study using them thousands of years into the future. Uses small things to the next. Visible results, see it. President Trump had a President Putin today, and though it didn't seem to yield any breakthroughs, he described it in positive terms on social media. To ask President Putin to meet with you.
Some breaking news in our politics right now. President Trump just weighed in on Saturday with his predecessor. Caitlin, what did the president have to say?
This is a pressing question for President Trump. His reaction to this news.
I'm surprised that it wasn't notified a long time ago.
Trying to run it into the Trump teams. I just don't agree with that. I mean, I'll keep working in good faith, running these goals, good as you can be, and it's not where things stand. I think that's not the way we should do this. What you do is you take land, take the land, and kill the white farmer. They kill the white farmer, nothing happens.
That's good. You see that's feeling conscious of the White House course.
President Trump about this was not surprising because this is something the president has talked about privately. He has shown these videos. So that's a surprise to them, but maybe it's a surprise to the South African delegation.
Juries go down.
Is unveiled this new report, and a lot of it focuses on chronic disease in children. This is never happened all the ages. We have a chronic disease crisis. Looking at your April 10th comment when you were inside the cabinet meeting, you said by September we will know as well as the autism epidemic, we'll be able to eliminate those. The most solid information. Okay, so parents did not expect to know what causes autism by September. Yes. As I said, some of the studies that were like cell studies, and a lot from those, and then forever. But not a definitive answer by September. Just Secretary Kennedy, thank you for that.
Summer movie season kicks off Memorial Day weekend. It's the live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch and Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning arrived in the theaters. A week later, the month of May comes to a close with the light importance making its way to movies. Winston to Cruise. A jam-packed June will see Anna de Armas join the John Wick universe in California. A live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon, the horror 28 years later, stars Elliot, the racing drama F1 movie, and Megan 2.0, all vying for moviegoers' attention. Dinosaurs stomp back into theaters in July with Jurassic World Rebirth, followed by James Gunn's Superman, the remake of I Know What You Did Last Summer, a new animated sports adventure, and Marvel's The Fantastic Four: First Steps. And the month of August sees the release of The Bad Guys 2, the remake of The Naked Gun, along the way to sequel Freaky Friday, the horror mystery weapons, action comedy Nobody 2, dark comedy Unbuilt, and The Toxic Avenger starring Peter Dinklage. Getting an extra large popcorn in Hollywood, I can't tell it. The president is trying to bring back precision manufacturing to the U.S. Donald Trump is threatening to impose a 25% tariff on Apple. Fox News Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explains the president's latest comments on Apple. One of our greatest vulnerabilities are these external production, especially in semiconductors, and a large part of Apple's components are semiconductors. So we would like to all help us. Trump has been ratcheting up the pressure on Apple and yesterday Trump recently called out Apple CEO for his company's plan to build US-bound iPhones in India. He said to us, "China treated you very good. Coming out with $500 million for ID building from India." Building it in India. Experts estimate that US-made iPhones cost more than 3 times their current price because it's so costly to replicate Asia's highly complex production ecosystem. That in the US, with a fat West Virginia, New Jersey, there'll be 35 iPhones. The reality of it, it's a fictional tale. It's one of the most dangerous races in the world. It's the most ridiculous. A 200-yard dash down a steep English hillside in pursuit of a wheeler double Boston. The cheese is the prize. Just finishing in one piece should also be considered a form of trial. There's potential for like some serious injury though. Basically, you enter your own risk. First injuries to your full hand with like legs and ankles and broken. Nobody has been more successful on Cooper's Hill than Chris Anderson. He won a world record 23 cheesiest, but even he has felt some pain. He broke his ankle celebrating his first win, and a couple of years later, when he won again, he crossed the finish line unconscious. For anybody that's maybe going to try it for the first time, can you just tell them how to win the world's craziest race? How do you do it? You just got to have a disregard your own safety. The first 10 meters like here vertical. So Victor just got to like almost dive into it, try and run still and be walking up. Given the obvious peril, it's no surprise if the runners might want a splash of alcohol for some such courage. But Anderson says he would never drink more than a single can of lager. I always thought that if you were drunk and you break something that's not regulated for the pain, I just always try to do it as slowly as possible. They've been chasing cheese since the 1800s, if not earlier, and with the advent of the internet, it has become world famous. Thousands of people attend every year, and the winners have come from as far afield as Egypt and the United States.
On the nose, good in my body, but that's the cost that it takes to win the
American Abby Lampy is two-time champion. She's winning again and playing for a third title this year. At the age of 37, Anderson is recovering from a hip injury and says he's retired, although he could be tempted to run again one day if his son decides to follow his footsteps down the hill. I mean, run it, but I'd like to see him run down it at a good speed. The most dangerous going slow, get a hit somebody behind him. So I'd like him to be good enough to get away from the car. But if he does run again, Anderson says it won't be for the cheese. Believe it or not, he doesn't like the taste. Because his actions speak loudly. Versatile, terrific, BMW X3. Right. BMW Memorial Day sales event for BMW X3 for $659 per month. You're telling me great. You can see this.
start talking. You're doing Head Start. Enjoy it like there.
One thing we know is that we can come here and volunteer from the neighborhood to make sure this is clean. So that people can come and play here and remember here and also demand the changes they want for the police department and this community. Here, this is exactly where his body was lying. When then Officer Derek Chauvin had his knee in his neck and George Floyd was begging for his life, begging for his breath. And this store here is called the Pub Foods. Now they've changed the name to Unity Foods. There is some contention in the neighborhood. The contention being there are some folks in this neighborhood who really would like to see the street closed good because it is currently closed off now and has been for 5 years. But some of the people living in this neighborhood and some of the businesses operating in this neighborhood who have been to this neighborhood say they need it to open up. They want Memorial to stay here.